30-4-80E, South Carolina Code 1987, as amended. All media in the immediate area have been notified of the date, time, location, and agenda of the meeting. We will have our prayer from Ms. Gore. You want to just start us out with a prayer?
Yes. Let us bow our heads, please. Dear most merciful Father, we thank you for this day, O God. Lord, as we come today, Lord, we ask you for wisdom. We ask you, O God, that we make the right decisions, O God, and that we obey your word. And that we seek you first, O God, that we will do what is right for the children and for the Darlington County School District. Bless everyone here on this evening and bless their families, oh God. We ask you right now, God, to take charge of this meeting. In your name we do pray. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Reed, if you'll lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Audrey, we got anybody on the list? All right, can we get approval of the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
Do a second. Warren, second. In favor? Opposed? All right, moving on to general discussion items. Dr. Newman, we'll let you lead us on.
Chair Hassler and members of the board and members of our audience. So we have some work session items that we'll also be discussing, even though this is a special call meeting. So the first thing is the board budget priorities for this upcoming school year. And so, of course, we've started the budget process, at the end of beginning of February, and we've had some preliminary meetings. We've actually met with all of our principals and department heads, but I think from a board standpoint, it's important too for you all to have that discussion about how do you think the budget should look for next year, as well as far as priorities. There are certain different things that could come into play. So for example, is lower class size a priority for the board? Is ISS for elementary schools a priority for the board? So you've heard me talk a little bit about some priorities, and I'll obviously add into that discussion too, from my perspective of what priorities are. But I think it's important for you all too. Obviously, almost 90% of our budget is personnel, and that is the scope that we have to work with. But I think it'd be a good discussion for the board to have, as far as from your perspective. What would you like to see us focus on?
Yeah, I think where the conversation came up is, as a board, do we want to come up with 3 to 5 priorities that, as a board, we would like to be reflected in the budget? And I think, so that's where we were opening up for discussion. I mean, I think it needs to be narrow, in focus with, but something that would also, as I said, be reflected in the budget. Dr. Newman mentioned, are we prioritizing class size? Are we prioritizing, starting a intervention school at a different age level? So that's what is an open discussion.
I'd like to see us look at our 4K program, 5K program, maybe expand, especially 4K, to expand it. I think we need to hit these kids at an early age, and we can help them have more of an impact by doing that.
Yeah, that's
There's some areas that have less 4K classes than others, and I think it'd be a good thing.
And so, on that note, 4K, for everybody's knowledge, that is a program that is currently funded only for a certain income level, right? Mm-hmm. And so at the state level, and so we only get funding through what they call the CERDEP program, which is for, students and families that meet a certain income threshold for that. And then, of course, there's also requirements. For example, you have to have an aide in a 4K class. That's a state requirement. You have to have classrooms with bathrooms and plumbing and all that. So you can't just kind of be in a regular classroom setting. So those are some things to think about with that.
Sure,
Is
no,
that,
you have to do that.
Yeah, that if you.
But I think it can make a difference in our, especially by the time they get to the first, second grade, it can make a difference in, how they are for reading and math and so forth.
So, are you thinking about offering it to potentially students that don't necessarily meet that threshold, right? Okay, and so that we would not receive any funding for those students,
Understand that.
right? So
Yeah.
that, to your point, that's that would be
That is
a
a
board.
budgetary item.
Yeah, that would be a budget item to do that. But there are some districts around the state that, have done that. I can think of a couple school
Well, I think
districts.
the money well spent if we're gonna make a difference and turn this around, so they'll be ready to read they'll all be reading by the third grade supposedly, that's what we want.
I mean, but don't we already have the infrastructure set up at most of, the schools provide 4K, it's just only for a certain subset of the community, right? So
It is.
in some cases, we could
Hopefully we didn't
increase
have a
it
classroom.
some.
Yeah,
I will tell you, space is an issue. We basically cover in all of our buildings right now. We are busting at the seams for space. So,
And it has to be particular, there's requirements
Right.
on the space.
yep,
no
yep,
doubt. I just think it's something that we need to look at.
sure.
What do we do to partner with First Steps and Head Start? I mean, is there a possibility that we could help something there?
Yeah, we do partner with them, and
But
so.
is there something we could do more in that area potentially?
Yeah, so, working together with professional development, working together, because those are our kids that come to us as well, right? So if they're 4K with them, and that's another income threshold that's even lower than our threshold. And so they get, specific funding for those students as well. But I think, what we're looking at really is the students that don't necessarily meet an income threshold, but still would benefit from 4K, in schools versus, wherever they may be receiving it outside. So that could be churches, it could be, for-profit 4K places, but if we actually had that in the schools, obviously, we would not charge for that.
Have we had any conversations with those schools that do offer it to see the difference in what their latter grades and scores are relative to ours or to others or to them prior to doing that?
Yeah, that's, I think that would be a good question. The one I'm thinking of specifically is in the northern part of the state, district similar size of ours, but I think they've been doing it for a long time, so I need to find out, what was the before and after.
And or how are their 1, 2, and 3 performing relative to our 1, 2, and 3?
Yep.
I know it's not a direct correlation, but perhaps if it's a large, then we might be able to attribute that to being successful. And I guess when you ask the question, what our goals are you saying, or some of the things we want to do, are you referring to budgetary wise or
Yes.
just in
Yeah,
general?
budget, like this is a budget item that the board would like. The board is prioritizing,
This would be a budget item.
this would
Right,
be
but
a
my
budget.
question overall in general, his question was referring to items driven by the budget.
Correct.
Right.
Something we have talked about for several years is class size. And, especially with our elementary classes.
Yeah, and
And I mean, I know that could be a cost item because as you said, we are busting out the seam as it is in space.
well, and the board over the past several years, with the funding that we've had available to us, we've actually been able to push, 20 to 1 is kind of the threshold that we have been at, and so and it's ironically the two items that you brought up are also some asks from some of our schools. So for example, there's a 4K request, but it's for, adding another income specific one where we would actually get funding for it. So that's a pretty easy one with kids that would be there. But then also several other schools have said, we're at 21 or 22, to 1, and they're trying to get below 20, which is something that, the district has kind of helped our schools get within. I think, there is.
Is the 20 to 1, is that an average?
Yes.
What is our high end
So,
in our elementary?
So elementary, we've tried, maybe 22, 23 in 4th and 5th grade has been our upper end.
Even at like Carolina and
Yeah.
North Hartsville?
Yeah, so we've tried to push it under 20 when at all possible. You can have more, for example, in kindergarten, you can have
Because you have an A.
up to 25 because you got an A, that's right. And those classes aren't, you're 25 in a kindergarten class is not the same as 25 in a 4th grade class, right? So
along the same lines with here, I mean, I completely 100% agree that we've got to work on that foundation, that elementary foundation. And I know a lot of that over the last couple of years has been funded with federal money that we're getting as we come out of COVID. I think it's important to evaluate our budget to make sure we can try to sustain as much of that as possible. And I know that's not directly next year, but it would be a transitional year to the year that would matter. So I feel like that to me is a big thing that we need to be looking at in the budget, is how can we try to sustain as much of this extra effort we've been putting in the elementary school, and maybe even increase it if possible, at least sustain it.
And while you're focusing on that elementary, it's probably a bit against the grain, I'm sure, but I'm gonna throw it out there anyway. Before you make too much investment in those early classes and things, do you wanna give any consideration to an elementary intervention school? I say that because you're gonna spend all this money, but we're having the same problems as detracting from the rest of the class. It doesn't matter what you do, how many more you have, you're not gaining ground.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got, we always talk about the 3 or 4 back here, it's just showing out the entire class, it's not getting anything done. Do we slip those over here and give them a little one-on-one in the intervention school and see if we can get that straight? If worst case scenario, it's not fair to the other 20 kids who are in here really trying to put forth the effort, and you're backing up, and we're spending all of our time focusing on the 3. I'm just using hypothetical numbers, but focus on the 3 and you forget the 20.
Yeah. So that's actually one of my requests from a district level, is to expand the intervention school to encompass, start with 4th and 5th grade. Potentially would be 1 teacher and 1 aide. But surprisingly, that, or maybe not surprising, that is one of the biggest asks that we get from our elementary.
Would not be surprising at all from what I hear, and
Yeah.
I that adds to, I guess, the pain and the frustration of the teacher.
Correct.
The one is they really can't teach like they were taught to teach,
Right.
but secondly, if I was able to or whatever, I still can't get it
Yeah.
done because of this.
Right. So we've had that discussion in my meeting with the Ms. Cooper from the intervention school. That was one of her asks too. So we started kicking this around. What would that look like? So that's going to be on my list. To ask again. We'll have to prioritize, right? So we're going to have all these things, and then we're going to have to say, at some point in time, Renee's going to spit a number out, and hopefully it's going to be more than
We
what
can
we
do
had
this
this
or
past
that.
year, right? So
I'm just saying, consider, I think you may be making a pretty big mistake adding all these other classes if you don't address the current issues. I think that you're shooting yourself in the foot.
Well, I mean, kind of on those same lines, I would like to see us move towards the more, entire student-focused intervention school, like the conversation that we had with some of the stuff that they're doing in other places in the state. I mean, we gotta if we care, like we say we do about Darlington County, we gotta try to do our very best to rehabilitate these. I mean, we can just send them over there to get them out of the regular classroom for 90 days or 180 days or whatever it is, but if we wanna try to rehabilitate them and put them back out into the community.
And many times, you're right, it's not the kid, it might be the home life, it might not be the attention they're showing out for that. Well, let's put them over here where they're around like attitudes. And, oh, well, I can't show up, there's no reason, then they're really focused, and you get them.
Well, in one of the sessions that Wanda and I attended at the conference, and we kind of shared this with Mr. Johnson, Dr. Newman, was about, is it Horry County?
Yep.
I mean,
SOAR program.
they have a tiered approach to kids that get sent to their intervention school. All kids are not treated the same. Some are in a much different place than others. Sometimes it's their first offense. They're treated a little bit different than those that are repeat offenders, but they focus on rehabilitating the entire, counseling, community service. And I know we do a lot of some of these things, but it's a very specific program that if you want to get out of that intervention school, you can.
It's on a
you
point
can.
system, like you
Yeah.
have to earn points to get.
You can find yourself working out of that intervention school if you do the right things. But the whole point about it is that every student is not treated the same. It's based on the reason that you're there, the number of times you've been there, or your behavior and attitude when you get there is just a little bit different, but they can afford to do that because they have such a, they have an entire school that from what age, like first or second grade, whatever, elementary school all the way to high school, like you're saying, so.
Ms. Kelly, I reached out to Horry County after you said
You
that.
did?
Yep.
So we're scheduling that visit with Ms. Cooper, myself, and Dr. Wallace.
Benchmark, just
Yeah.
look at what they're doing. If we're looking to make a
And
change, but
There
that,
was one
when
other
you,
place too.
but when you talk about,
Columbia has one as well.
a budget line item, that would definitely, it would cost money for us to invest in that program. And if we truly care, like we say we do,
Yeah.
about what happens in Darlington County and these kids once they get out of school, that might be an avenue that we can try to help reform that child.
Okay, and I hear that, and I understand that. My question would be, how do you get the family to get involved? Because the reality to it is, it's more than a child problem. It's a family problem. Children model what they see. And so you've got, my question to Ori or to Columbia or Richland would be, tell me how do you all do this? Do you have parental involvement?
Yes.
How do you, for lack of a better word, make parents come and get involved? Because reality is, there are 24 hours in a day. If you got them 7, then you see the difference of what
We do, but we can do the
that family
very best that we can in those 7 hours,
Right,
is my
right.
point.
I get
The
that.
very best that we can. We can't work miracles. We're not gonna fix some of that stuff.
But at the end of the day, again, not only are you trying to make efforts to help that child there, but think of the other 20 kids back in that class where they came from. It's not one way. It's almost to the point now where, all right, parent, get involved, or you get to keep them at home, one of the two. But again, my big goal is to obviously help that child or those kids, but the majority of the ones back here it's a penalty to them by leaving them in that class.
Well, and then when you bring the student back into the classroom and they aren't,
Structures, that's why it's gotta be structured, wherever they go, it's
Right.
gotta be structured or they don't come back. They just don't have a chance at all.
Well, and I would highly recommend that you all get a chance to hear about our new, director from this year and some of the successes that she's having. It is along the lines of what we're talking about right now. She really is having some great success, and we're using different programs. And again, she's the one that helped initiate this conversation about how can we expand
well, and
this.
that's good. So,
Right.
she's already
So
got
she's on the same page, and I
a
think.
desire to do
Yeah.
that, then I say we
Yeah.
give her the money to let her do
Yep,
that.
Yep, so,
That'll be my vote.
Does the present facility, are you looking at expanding it in the present facility, or is there a thought about another facility?
I think you gotta take baby steps.
You gotta take baby steps,
Yeah,
so yeah.
I think the potential is there to expand in the current building.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Right
think
now.
you definitely gotta be careful of that. You're
Yeah.
talking about cafeterias, you're talking about all kind of feed and transportation, one thing after another. Gotta be real careful with that.
But at the very least, like I said, a 4th and 5th grade class in addition to some other things, the wraparound services we're talking about, I think you'll be encouraged to hear about some of the things that are going on.
But you know-
But that you all would be willing to even do more potentially.
But that's kind of back to kind of an example, okay, the person who you have to leave, you want to hear, well, she's got her own ideas, how she wants to do it, no one tells her how to do it. You hired her to do what she's supposed to do. You don't, that's why you hired her.
Yeah.
That's kind of what the model, I want to go back in the classroom again.
Mhm.
That's what we hired, and let them do it.
Mhm.
So that should be a wonderful example to see what a teacher can really do with their kids.
Yep.
So again, I hope we continue to pay attention to that.
All right, so I hear very clearly that there's an interest in improving or expanding our existing event intervention school
Yeah, to
program.
incorporate
And also,
events.
also extending it down baby steps into some lower grades. Is that,
Got to.
okay, so that's a clear one. Can I make, I wanna swing back to what Warren said. I know that we have a facility issue where we may not be able to, and this also relates to class size, et cetera, et cetera. What percentage of our 1 through 3 classes have an aide in the classroom?
First grade through third grade, not many.
I mean, is there the possibility of getting an aide in those early classes? If we can't expand some service, but we get an aide where, you know, you could get kids started with something, you could get the aide helping working with,
And I'm smiling because that is a request that our principals have too, is that, you know, especially when you're talking about the unencumbered time situation that we're facing, you know, that we don't
It
have
would
these.
fit well with that.
You know, and that is something that's brought up, is that if we can't necessarily hire teachers, what's the potential of getting some classified help in those lower grade
Correct.
levels?
I mean,
Small group instruction, it helps with that.
I mean, that's a definite budget item
Yeah.
from the standpoint of, you're gonna hire personnel, but, I mean, I would love to see, we already have an aide in our K classes, but
Yep.
K3 all have an aide.
Mhm.
Those early years, allow that foundation, get that extra help in there.
And so, you know, we've been able to use some of the current ESSER funds to put part-time aides in, as well, and that's been very beneficial, similar, you know, so there have been part-time aides in those lower grades, that they've seen the benefit to that, right? But like I said, that money's going away.
Right,
I
that's
heard
why I
that-
want,
that's-
that's exactly why.
Our money's going away,
Yep.
so, you know, we're gonna be, you know, that is a conversation that I had with all the principals is, you know, not too far down the road, let's think about the positions and, you know, let's talk about today the positions that are funded through ESSER. Because technically, we have no way of funding those.
I mean, I would almost, if we are limited in our funding, is there a way, if you hit over 18 in a class, you've got an aide? I mean, if you've only got 15, 16 kids in there,
Right.
I don't, but if you hit over a certain number, you have an aide.
Yep.
Um,
So, you know, I think we could definitely look at that. You know, that would be, technically, you look at all the first through third grades across the district. And, you know, I'm gonna round off to about $30,000 with benefits is probably what you're looking at. So, you know, we have 13 elementary schools. I'm just doing round math here, finance
How
person,
many
but-
of them have class sizes that are larger than 18?
I would say the majority do.
Yeah.
The majority, we're close to that 20, we are, we've been able to, over the past couple of years, we've been able
I'm
to
not sure you
absorb.
can set a number,
Yeah.
on like 18 versus 19,
Yeah.
whether you need an 8 or not, I don't know. I
I'm just saying,
completely
that
100%
if you
agree.
do it across the board, and you've got to only have 15 kids in the class or 16 kids in the class, and there are some classes that only have that. Because if you combine 2 classes, then you can't have 32 kids
Mhm.
Right.
in a class. So you can't lose a teacher, you can't split a teacher that way. So,
I'd like to see what the options are, let them go back to the budget and see what they can do, but I completely agree with you. We've got to shore up the foundation.
So, just doing like general math, let's say, we have about 3,300 students in elementary schools. So let's say first through third, let's say we have 2,200, right, of those 3,300 are first through third. So if you divide 2,200 by 20 class size, that's 110 classes. So that would be 110 aides at $30,000. We're up about $3
Well,
million.
can we start at somewhere and let it grow?
Yeah. We gotta start
Yeah,
somewhere.
I mean-
be about $3 million. So
We gotta
Well,
start somewhere.
We,
We've been talking about this for years, but we need to do it.
but that, like I said,
Is that a consensus goal, or is that I mean, obviously the intervention was, is that something we'd like to explore budgetary wise as a board, as a priority?
With both of them,
the
Well,
the
we
elementary.
said the intervention,
intervention and the,
I wanna explore the
And the-
4K if we can, you know, especially.
but if we don't have space, we,
Yeah, well, we look at that, and if we possibly can get funding for that anyway, right? Not new, some of,
the only way we can get 4K funding is if they meet that
yeah,
income
income,
threshold.
but.
Yeah, but if we have some more of those
Probably-
students, we can add. Like, for example, one of our schools has the space and they can add an additional class. We'll get money for that. But if you just add 4K period across the board, we won't get any funding for that.
what percentage of our kids come in with no 4K? Because I mean, we have all the church programs, we have I'm just curious.
I can get that.
I mean, that's
We do
also
have
we need to
knowledge
look
of that.
into, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we can sort of set ideas of what we think are priorities, but then they've gotta be able to go
Right.
dig into it and bring us some information back.
Well, and, you know, there's, along with these, you know, these are kind of wants, right?
These are
'Cause we-
aspirational.
Yeah, because we don't have them today.
Right.
But, you know, also there's the reality of, for example, special education. We have that population's growing, we have to meet certain state requirements and guidelines for the amount of students that we're allowed to have in those classes. And so, you know, I've got, you know, approximately $300,000 in special needs. They're almost requirements because, again, you know, a self-contained class, you can only have 12 students in it. So once you get above that, two things happen: you're out of compliance, but also you're burning your folks out pretty quickly too. So again, just know there's some specifics out there, primarily special education. I'll throw another one out that we're at the point of having to hire another Montessori teacher for our Montessori program because that has grown, right? Remember we started off low grades and it's moved up. Well, now they need another teacher and an aide, right? That's a teacher and an aide.
And so
that you have to have.
again, this is one of those things where I have to be careful with adding, when we need to allocate, and I kind of say accrue funding for that program to succeed, to continue, because we already committed to that. So before we go adding something else, what do we really have available if you're doing that? Because I don't want to stop, well, we started doing this, whether we just cut that off.
Right.
That, again, is another failed program. If it's successful, let's fully fund it as we said we were going to do, if it was successful.
Charles?
how are we with bus drivers and somebody, another person on those buses?
So,
Because
it's bus monitors.
bus monitor,
Yep. So you know, we have approximately 60 buses, is that correct, thereabouts?
Yeah, 67.
Yep. So in the priorities, we've started off with the special needs buses, putting, you know, which is about 12 or 13 of those buses.
and along those same lines, having, you know, we got these school monitors, or what they call them, high school
Campus supervisors.
campus supervisors.
Yeah.
You know, I've said for a while, we need to have some female persons if we're gonna continue having the kind of activities that we are having on school campuses. Cause it's an accident waiting to happen, ladies and gentlemen, before we have somebody tagged with sexual harassment because we
Yeah, they have two campus supervisors. Yeah, both Hartsville and Darlington High School have two campus supervisors.
That's not what I'm,
But
yeah.
a female.
One female.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
Hartsville High has a female now?
I know. I don't
I
know.
think we had didn't we not have this discussion at one point?
We did.
We can't discriminate and hire based off of sex.
Well, I'm not saying hire based off of sex. I'm saying hire based off of the fact that it's a protective for our employees. Because if two girls are fighting, and you've got two male campus supervisors and two or three male principals, assistant principals, and a principal, where you at? If a fight stops.
Well, I tell you, we're talking money, and I've got to narrow it down, I'm gonna put it towards academics and classroom way before I put it into more security, bus travelers and monitors, because if there's a fight breaking out, I hope there are two men in there instead of two women trying to break up two women. You know, I'll take that to court, Charles.
Jamie, let me tell you something. That sounds good for a person who has never been in the classroom. But from a reality standpoint, you are setting yourself up for a lawsuit.
Okay.
I'm just telling you.
I'm just telling you.
What's the lawsuit gonna be?
Yeah, I mean, you're breaking up a fight. First of all, you're fighting to begin with.
What's the
Y'all
law? I'm
see
just
it,
curious.
fine.
I'm just curious
No,
what the
I'm
lawsuit's
gonna-
gonna be.
Anybody can sue, Charles, and they're gonna sue, trust me.
Okay.
But I mean, but what is the suit? I don't understand.
Yeah, one, you just don't have, I think at every school, there needs to be a female.
Well, what's the lawsuit? I'm going back to what are they gonna sue us on? If
Because
two
if
males break up the
if
fight
if your
as
daughter,
opposed to
wait a
two
minute, if your
females
daughter and my
fighting.
daughter fighting, and I intercede, and your daughter says, well, Mr. Garfield, he felt on me.
We got video, we
inappropriate.
have videotapes on everything,
But again, Charles, that's something we have to tell
and it's
you.
a fight. I mean,
Without a doubt, it's a fight.
That teacher, y'all gonna get it. You're putting that teacher at a disadvantage, and you wonder why you can't get people to go into education?
I just said, I'm gonna put my money in the classroom before I put it into more.
Well, you can put your money in the classroom, but you gonna put some money somewhere else, and then you're gonna say, I wish I had.
Okay.
So can I shift to something completely different? I would love to see us do more with, there's a real shift. My kids are, I've told you guys this before, my kids are in high school, my son's a senior. We did all the college visits and all that. There's a real shift toward trades and less college. There's a shift away from the colleges. Colleges are looking at the whole child. They're not looking at test scores the way they used to. All this, there's a shift in the way that colleges and careers are. We need to shift with that. So I'd like to see us continue. I know we've already got some shift there, and we've got some we're doing some work. But I'd like to see us continue to make sure that that's an important part of our budget.
I agree, wholeheartedly. That is just something I've been complaining about for 5+ years. We've really gotta focus on that.
This past Friday, Hartsville Middle School, their 8th graders were able to go out, go to work with the day. That was great. I know I had one shot on me. Granted, it was in the dump truck all day, but still, we have to realize not every child's gonna go to college. Some children, we still need our workers out there getting dirty, just driving America. So we need to continue that push, and kudos to Hartsville Middle School for doing that. Letting kids go
In
out.
the bigger picture, and Dr. Newman's been working on this for quite a while, is workforce development with Tech and everybody else. We've been trying to align with the local industry. That's what the liaison's supposed to be about. I don't know where she is, what she's doing. I'm sure she's doing what she's supposed to, but the whole idea is we wanted to try to refocus our curriculum in our DCIT to more closely reflect the needs of our local business and industry. And I want to work it all the way through. I think you got Darlington where they can get credits to go. That ought to be throughout the system. We really need to focus on those trades and offer that. And we've said with our counselors, please, not trying to say don't advocate for 4-year schools, but we've got to open it up and say, guys, this is, who are you? What do you want to do? Let's really analyze this child and his life and his family, what their goals are.
This is a moneymaker over here. You go over here, well, I hate to say it, I don't know what my kids are gonna do when they get out of school if they don't, if they have no skills again.
Well, it was actually on the news last night, on the national news, there was a school, I think in Virginia, that was talking about the workforce development and the students and the different career paths, right? So obviously it's a lot more accepted now. That's been a focus since I hit the door, as far as making sure that we identify for our students the other pathways, and especially from a financial standpoint, right?
Kids are getting out of college with $200,000-$300,000 in debt and no job that
It brings
to
these
pay
kids
it off.
back that are 1 and
Yeah.
2 years out, that I see on the lines working, making good money. I mean, it's like self-sufficient, they're loving life, enjoying it, and I mean, they gotta understand that this is a good path.
And we also want to keep people in Darlington County,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, like expansion of DCIT, like culinary arts or
Yes.
cosmetology, that's two things I hear all the time about what we need to have.
That's right. That's
How
right.
expensive it would be to do it, I don't know. Do we have the space? Don't know that
Well,
either.
and, I've been talking with both tech and our economic development folks about, the big battery plant that's coming in down in Florence. I mean, that's a whole nother sector that we can be on the front end of offering some classes to get, students certified in that trade. I mean, that's gonna be a whole nother sector, business sector, is around this whole, EV battery that's going on around the state. 'Cause it's not just Florence, it's Volvo, it's everywhere else. So I've been having those conversations with tech and some of the other people.
Has there been any thought about the expanded use of DCIT in the evenings for additional classes, for additional training? For example, let's say we have people who want to learn a skill. They work, but they want to advance themselves. That building's just sitting there, and I think it could be utilized.
And our two-year school is also offering that to try to help as well. But I think to your point, how can you utilize space without it impacting negatively the day, right? So you've got instructors, they teach their day, then they leave and somebody else comes into their space, right? So is there a way, I think the bigger thing to focus on is let's get more programs versus utilizing the space at night. I would say how can we expand our programs, right? Whether that be at the current DCIT.
So how does our pathway to success work with that?
Well, I think that goes along with our two-year college program that we're in discussions with. And I think that has to do with the manufacturers and them being vocal about, what they need from not just high school students, but also from the two-year programs and certifications. So, but we have, we know we have the opportunity for growth, but, it costs money. I mean, those programs we're talking about are expensive programs to fund, and then you've got to add on to a building to do that as well. Or build a building and find somebody to teach it. That's a big debate going on at the state level right now too, is allowing people for their practical experience to get paid for it, because we can't hire people to teach and be competitive with what we're taking them away from.
But
right?
you've also been in the conversations we've had with some of the businesses. It's an area that they're willing to send people in to teach at
Yes.
their expense, to put
Yes.
them in that classroom
Yes.
so that they could get
Yep.
a product back.
Yep. And thankfully, like I said, the state is even looking at, we need to allow people their work experience so they can, instead of coming in at zero, and they've been 20 years in the automotive business, doing body collision, and you pay them at zero, and think about how much they're making out there, right? So we've got to find a way to get the balance right, to get the expertise to teach our kids too. So.
Because, well, I mean, like you said, 20 years experience, I'd rather hire somebody with experience over a piece of paper any day. I see it daily. Somebody can have a certification and not know how to do the job. But yet you got somebody that's been out here getting dirty, doing the work, that can do it a whole lot better than doing any type of formal training.
Well, I'm not saying that, training and not everyone is, want to go to college, but I do stress education. I think that we can't forget about, there's still those that want education, because all of us we have to be replaced one day. Everyone in this room, we're gonna be replaced with somebody someday. So I really stress education, but I also stress that people have a career path, and that at I don't know what grade level we should start talking to students, maybe the 9th grade. I don't know, that they need to start thinking about what they want to do with the rest of their life at an earlier age than the 11th or the 12th grade. I think they need to know before then what career path that they want to take. So I believe that we can't say, well, because you have a piece of paper and you know what to do with it, don't mean the next child doesn't need opportunity to get an education, a master's, doctorate, however they want to go. Because we need doctors, we need nurses, we need engineers, we need professional people too as well to make the world go around. And so I think that we stress both things, because every child does not maybe want to go to college, but they need to start thinking about a career path. Because I think when I was probably in 9th or 10th grade, I wasn't thinking about where I want to be. When I got in 11th or 12th, then and college came up, we started thinking more seriously about what we want to do with our lives. But maybe we start thinking a little earlier. Tell our children that we have career specialists here. And I think they're doing a great job. And maybe we need career specialists maybe down in the middle school. But I know they deal in the high school level. And they're taking people to trips and seeing plants and everything. And when we was at the bowling meeting last week, and they offered to students great opportunities. Say if you get these certain classes while you're in high school, we'll hire you on an entry level. But while you're here, we have opportunities for you. You can go all the way up to a PhD degree if that's what you desire. So our job is to encourage them to go as far as they want to go. If there's an entry-level job that they need to get started, because you never know how you may turn out once you get started. You may say, well, I want to do this. This is offered to me. But they have to start, like you said, Dr. Newman, somewhere. So maybe we do need a program that have career specialists start back in middle school instead of high school.
So we actually do have career specialists in our
In
middle
middle school.
schools. Yeah.
Okay.
But our businesses are even saying maybe we should start even further
Even
back.
farther in elementary.
Because
Okay.
we've started pushing in with our middle schools and the Ascend program where we're sending kids out into the workforce and they're getting a chance to hear about careers. But you do make a point that I think it's important.
There's one more thing I'd like to say. I didn't have a chance to
Yeah,
talk.
go ahead.
We were talking about behavior. We got social workers and we have mental health people. And I think maybe we may look at some people, professionals that specialize in just behavior interventionists. But there has to be some type of connect, some type to bridge the gap to bring the family element involved in the situation. I don't know how we're gonna do it, but the school we cannot do this by ourselves. We can't change the behavior of a child by ourselves. We got to have some family input from this child. We got to know some background information. Because like Mr. Gomez said, a child is a product of their environment. They are a product of what they see and what they hear. So in order for us to move forward in this and to change the element, to change the behavior of a child, some way we got to bridge that gap with that family. I don't know how to get them involved, I don't know what to do, you know, but there's something that has to be done in order to change the climate for the schools, for the children that want to come to learn, and for the children that don't want to come and learn, that, well, the children that trying to learn, they're going to keep them from learning because the teacher spends all of her time in discipline, where she needs to be spending her time in teaching. So there's something that has to bridge this gap to get these families involved. Do we need a family relations coordinator in the district? Do we need someone just to, because I don't know, but there has to be an answer for us getting our school and the children in the position to learn. Something has to be done. We can't keep kicking the can down the road.
I agree. All right, kind of in summary, right now I've got 4 things that we have gone over that might max us out on our budget. Looking at possible 4K or aids in our K-3, so kind of that whole little piece. Our intervention school improved programs, possibly extending that down to an elementary level, adding in some aids. And then our workforce development with our DCIT career specialists, et cetera, et cetera. Is that everyone kind of in consensus about those items, and then they can come back with us with some fleshed out numbers, and then we can see what we can prioritize and how we can move forward.
And at some point, are you gonna share what your principals in your district all told us
Absolutely.
were their priorities?
Yeah.
But that's what really matters.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's important to have what you all see from your perspective, and then also, what are the folks in the building saying? What do they need, right?
Yeah, how's what we're discussing matching, and it seems like we do have some crossover there.
There is some crossover. Again, I've got about $2.9 million of requests total, that from all the schools. Now, again, wants versus needs, right? What are priorities? And so we have these same conversations. Again, looking at the year after this next coming year, what are the priorities going to be? You heard the principals talk about interventionists in a meeting a while back. Reading interventionists, right? Math interventionists, how important they were. Well, if all of a sudden, we can only fund a position, are we going to put something in motion this year that's going to take away from next year when that money goes away, right? It's something to think about, something to consider.
Yeah, and how much impact can one do? I mean, so like one here, one there. Is that, can it be spent somewhere? Yes, that might be a priority, but if you don't have it to fully fund across the board, is there another direction you need to go with that money?
Right. But that's something to think about. Again, the needs versus want. Needs, we know we have special education. We don't have, that's law. So we have to react to those positions to be able to hire. I mentioned middle school language. No, we don't offer a language in any of our middle schools. And so that's unusual. Again, where does that stack up versus other things? The schools, again, we talked about TAs. We talk about class size to be able to get them below 20. Those are primarily a lot of the ones that are out there. But from a district standpoint, the high schools have asked for a position, basically a PE position that is based on strength and conditioning for females and males, right? Because everything seems to be focused just on one gender, and all sports, and it goes back to kids, not being able, if they don't have transportation, they can't stay after school. So when do you get a chance to really work with kids out of season, for example? A lot of districts and a lot of high schools have gone to this position of an extra PE for strength and conditioning that works with all sports. Not only during the day, but also after school as another extra person to do that. So, that's extracurricular, but we all know that impacts kids staying in school. So, you know, that's, you know, there's several of these things out there that at the end of the day, we need to hear how much money we have.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's all a good point.
That's the
Find
next
that out.
step.
And while I love my athletics, as you
Yep.
said, I'd love to see
Yep.
foreign language in elementary school before I saw a sport-specific
Right,
training.
right. And so that's, you know, that's a legitimate decision to make, of being able to put, you know, Spanish teachers at the middle school, right?
Or elementary.
Or elementary,
Or really
yeah, 'cause
if
we-
you don't- I never understood why we waited till 11th and
Yeah.
12th grade before you start taking
Yep.
a foreign language. That should be day one,
Yep,
Well, I,
if you really wanna know, if you wanna learn the language.
yep.
well, back in the 90s, didn't they, you know, I believe I can remember, you know, in elementary school in the 90s, you know, going through basic, you know, Spanish.
Now, you were at home
I
watching.
don't know, I
Dora
was
on
already in
TV.
college. I was in college, so I don't know what they
Yeah, I
were
don't think Dora was out then.
It was.
But, no, I believe it was
I
back
agree
then,
with that.
Yeah.
in the early 90s.
I agree that they need to learn a foreign language.
I love that.
Yep, so,
Elementary school would be
Much
just so
younger.
easier.
This has been a discussion for 30 years.
Yep, like
so,
riding a tricycle.
so now you've kind of heard
Yeah.
some of my priorities, right? And what they would look like for district, you know, if we do all middle schools, or we do all high schools, or those types of things. GT, that's another one of my priorities, is, you know, we have focused so much on interventions for the kids that are, you know, 2 grade levels behind, but what are we doing for the kids that are the high achievers, right?
Actually, I was gonna mention that, but wanted to kind of wrap this up, and I thought we did.
Well,
I have always spent
I
enough
was gonna
money.
bring
I
that
mean,
up
I know
in
there's
another
salaries,
section,
but the magnet school programs, I mean, we've talked about
Yep.
for several years too,
Yep.
that we really,
They're just
those
a
have kind of
joke.
fallen away.
Absolutely, I mean, I just
No,
hate to
it's,
say it.
So, you know, for example, I've researched GT programs, and we used to have a GT program where
well,
we
we
would,
did. It
you
used to
know,
be, it used to be a phenomenal
Yes.
program.
and so, you know,
When it went, it was not school-based.
right, correct. And so, you know, I'm saying we could do a traveling for elementary. You hire 4 GT teachers, and they travel around to the elementary schools and give those services,
Favorite time of the day.
yeah, to the kids. And so,
Did you go GT classes?
but that's 4 teachers, right, to be able to do that. Their sole job is they're GT certified, and they're going around to all of our elementary schools
And Charles,
and
that's,
lifting up.
Charles, that's why I was saying, I don't disagree with what you're saying at all. It's just when I have to prioritize, I'd much see me take 4 teachers for GT, because otherwise we're spending all of our resources on these who really aren't wanting to focus, and what are we doing for those that are? So it's so disproportionate. So I'm just saying, from a priority standpoint, I'd rather see it in the classroom. Academics is our issue, our scores, our grades, our performance. And our budget needs to reflect that. Our budget if you looked at our budget, I've said this for years, our budget has gone sky high the last 10, 15 years. But I'll bet you had to spend one more dime in the classroom. It's all these ancillary programs. A lot of things we're forced to do, don't get me wrong. But a lot of things we choose to do. We put more security here, more fencing here, more so and so. What are we doing for the classroom? Nothing. The teacher's still working with the same resource she had from day 15 years ago. So that's why I say I want to see us focus some budget into that classroom. Science lab, we don't have science labs. We don't do anything. I remember we used to do a lot of stuff, dissecting animals and different things, and chemistry labs. I don't think they do anything anymore. I guess it's all virtual. I don't know.
They
Do a lot
Do
of
they?
virtual.
But I'd love to see money spent. I can't remember. I don't know the last time we spent anything on a lab. But anyway.
So yeah, that you know.
Dan, GT, you want to break, since it's brought up, you want to jump in?
No, I mean, I think the point's been
Would
made.
that-
I mean, it's,
Would that cover
yeah.
kind of what you're?
I think that's great too. I like your idea of moving around the district, because my kids at Washington Street, West Hartsville, my son was the only GT student in his class. He got nothing.
Yep.
I mean, it literally didn't
There
do
were
anything.
more at Carolina, and they got nothing.
Yeah.
When it got moved from the pull-out program to the home base, your home base school, the program essentially was killed.
And so you could transport them all like what they used to do. And we,
Do like special activities.
yeah, to a building, but or you can send them out. And
The only nice thing about transporting them was you got exposure to kids from other schools. That was the
Yeah, I think you cut down your staffing and everything. You transport them out this time of day, and they all go to one location, and boom, it's a focused, concentrated.
and that's what they went one day a week. The principals didn't like it because that was one day a week that whatever their age kids
Yeah.
were I mean, they couldn't plan any extracurriculars on that day. That was the big, were you on the board? Y'all had to be on the board when we killed it.
We were.
Yeah.
I don't know if it killed it, if it just drifted away.
No, they took it out of the, it used to be alert.
When you did,
Yeah.
when you did with
Yeah.
the alert program.
When you did away with
It
the
was
alert
Giffen
program.
Townshend when I was there in elementary school. That was
Was
alert there when you? I was Giffen
It was-
Townshend when I
it was
was
there.
in elementary school.
It was there when I was there.
It was,
It was a good program.
A little more recent.
Shut up.
Yeah, I remember the thing too, they all left, and I was still sitting there.
But there are pros and cons, right? So
I didn't make the cut.
a lot of districts have gone to the travel piece because, again, they can get more services to more kids that way. Especially when you have a large geographic area like
But the point is just, however,
some.
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
Right.
Right,
Where it works
however
out.
you
Yep.
determine
Make
it
it
would
work.
be best.
Okay. Good.
Would be.
All
I
right.
mean,
So
I would be okay with, eliminating the magnet programs and
Yeah.
replacing it with,
so
I don't know
I
about
think the
that.
next step is to come back.
I mean, have you looked at the magnet programs? I mean, they're not getting a whole lot of extra magnets.
Well, I think what we're talking about is the elementary magnet versus like the high school magnet. So. But the next step, I guess, is to come back with dollars. Like, what do we actually have access to spend money on after the needs are out of the way, right? Not wants, but needs. What is the extra? And then how do you all want to prioritize that?
Probably just went through that salivating exercise for nothing.
Well, I was gonna say, you've said
It's
it.
kind of
you
nice to have the conversation that we haven't been able to have something like that. for a
I
while.
got Renee's head spinning over there.
She's
Well-
just laughing.
Whatever we do, I do think we need to be careful that we need to, it needs to transition seamlessly into the next year when we don't have ESSER money. So we
Cliff that's
really need to
coming.
be thinking about that. We need to be very careful about how we.
How about that?
Okay.
Anything else to add to this? All right, next item.
Next item is the virtual academy current status. Again, one of those ESSER-funded conversations that's exactly what we're talking about. That right now we are funding the Darlington County Virtual Academy through ESSER funds. This is year 3. They were in a plan. The year that's coming up, the next school year, and those funds will expire. And so I know there's been discussion with the board about virtual. I invited Ms. Carla Jefferson to come speak with us tonight too about some of the things that she's experiencing and seeing, but also just have a candid conversation about what that looks like and what we're doing. So.
Good evening. So I have a little small packet for you that's not for today. I want to kind of give you an overview, something to take back and look at, but also to be able to answer any questions you have, kind of talk about where we are right now and what we're doing. So, and I am going to reference a couple of these pages, but I'm not going through all of it. The first page, if you look, talks about just kind of where we are with our school vision and mission. And then our core beliefs and our goals. And we do talk about building that culture of ICE through innovative experiences, being community-centered, and exhibiting excellence through unique learning experiences. What I really want us to look at is page 6 for right now. How DCVA and why DCVA. So how DCVA does benefit the Darlington County School District, why DCVA is a viable choice for students in Darlington County. So what we started with was an alternate learning solution for students in Darlington County. And it came, out of COVID. For us, it was brand new. If you look, I've had the opportunity to engage with principals and directors. There have been other virtual programs all across the nation. And it's been my goal to connect with those who have found success. And then also what we are able to do and are transforming into is an additional way to assist the district in supporting students with non-traditional learning styles. And so what we have been able to find a lot of success with are students who have not been successful in person, whether it's due to anxiety or behavior or disabilities or health issues. So Dr. Newman and I have talked, and principals and I have talked frequently about scholars that just currently are not successful in person because of behavior or because of anxiety. And so as long as the parent commits to those qualifications that we talked about in the beginning, the learning coach that is there to support for elementary students in person, in time, and then for middle and high, someone to access. As long as they buy into our expectation of them coming in to learn during our in-person learning days and follow those guidelines and actively participate. And we found extreme success with those students who just were not successful in person, that we are not seeing behaviors that they were seeing in person. And so even when you look at the school report card, like we look at, yes, there is that academic piece, but then there's also family engagement, there's also school climate, teacher quality, and all of those things play into what that school report card looks like. And I can honestly say, we are definitely working on the academic piece. We know that especially in math, that's currently a weakness for us. But those other pieces, we have been able to foster and grow. And so given the continuous improvement and work that we're doing, we are expecting to see growth in the academic piece. So if you look at page 7, these are, after reviewing data, every time data happens, these are the new initiatives that we started. We talked about the in-person learning days where scholars come in a minimum of 2 days a month, 2 consecutive days. And then we also offer additional support for scholars we have scholars that do come in like once a week because they need additional support. They just need to be with an adult for additional support. But we've been able to, them coming in 2 to 3 to 4 days a month versus coming in 20 days a month has been able to help with anxiety, has been able to assist with them being overstimulated and the smaller sizes. So we split our group in half when they come in for that smaller class size for deeper interaction. We've added weekly tutorial sessions that teachers group students according to multiple pieces of data. So we've got our map data, which is like the most current, and then we also have like our day-to-day school benchmark data. So they look at where they are with, so benchmark data or that post-test data is where they are in the skills that teachers are currently working on, whereas MAP is that overall umbrella. And so they determine which scholars they need to see, and they work with them during those weekly tutorial sessions. We also have added an additional hour of support during in-person days. And one of the things that we found out once we had those conversations with kids is it was, and you'll see it further down, just that academic incentive piece. As we talked to kids and said that, based on your data, you're gonna have to stay an extra hour so that we can provide you the support that we're seeing. All of a sudden it was, oh, can I take it again? I maybe didn't try as hard as I needed to. So we're kind of working on figuring out a way to positive incentives so that students will want to come in and work hard when they come in for those assessments. We have created specialized experiences for gifted students, but really all of those who are interested. So once a month, we have students whose parents agree, they come in and they participate in STEM and STEAM activities. So we've done egg drop, they did leprechaun traps last month, they've done robots. We have our STEAM family night tomorrow night where it's medieval times, and so they will engage in like robot chariot racing, arts and crafts, and that kind of thing. We instituted our Junior Beta Club to work on community involvement and service. So this past month, they pet food for the Darlington Humane Society is the activity they engaged in. They've also gone to, of course, because I need to say the name of the site, I forgot, but they also donated cosmetic supplies to a local home in Hartsville earlier this year. We've also instituted field trips, so we were able to take them to the STEAM affair that was at Coker College earlier this year. Our middle school students are going to the planetarium, they're going to the zoo and the aquarium coming up. Our elementary students also have a additional field trip plan, but also additional opportunities for social interaction. So school dances, which is really important to middle school and kids, and just ways that, so what we do is, if we have events like that, like we have our STEAM night tomorrow night, because we're in this pocket of Hartsfield and we have families that are all over the district, parents can now, instead of just drop their kids off and have to drive back and come back, we create parent night opportunities for them as well to be able to engage in. So it's continuous adjustments, and even when I talk to other principals around the nation, they are consistently trying to find ways to, one, recap where students have learning loss because of COVID, but then also move forward with the best way to instruction and educate children in a virtual setting, because you can't just really take what we did in person and transition it. So we have redesigned our biweekly math PLCs to help with our math learning gaps. We have focused instructional PLCs that focus on data, student engagement, and progress. We've had to have some really hard conversations with each other about whether we're doing what the right work is, and whether we're doing the right work, and if we're not, what are things that we need to eliminate so that we can continue to see growth and improvement. And almost that, if you do what you've always done, you're gonna get what you've always gotten. So right now, we don't like what we got, so we're gonna have to do some new things. And then we have team discussions regarding scholar-teacher conversations regarding goals and expectations. Again, our students will come in next week for that final map testing. They started, it's ongoing, but they've really started focusing last week on, here is your goal for this year. Is it attainable? What are things that we can do to continue to support you to get ready for that goal, knowing that in just a few weeks after that, they'll come in for pass and ready. And then the school-wide focus on academic incentives. So the last thing I want to share with you, you can see some of our climate survey. Our parents and our scholars, for the most part, are extremely happy at DCVA, and that's because of all of the other things that we've done, and we are having conversations with parents about ensuring that they stress to children how important it is to treat this as real school, to come in, to work hard, to meet their goals. And we've had conversations with parents about, like, if we continue to see a decline, then we're gonna look at it as it not being the best option for them, and look at us, and having conversations with them about next steps, about what will happen. But if we look at page 10, and I have only put just a few in here, parents who kind of shared, I do have student testimonials that I didn't add, but if you look at that very first one, I'm sorry, because I am a crybaby, but the parent, we just had an IEP meeting with her and her about her child who, when he was in person, he was extremely aggressive to adults and children. I did not know until about a month ago that that was even the case, because we have not seen any of those behaviors with him since he started with us at the beginning of the program. He comes in, what she said, and you can kind of see what she said, but she said he's met friends, he feels comfortable, he feels safe, some of his anxiety has decreased, and I have story after story after story of kids that are in that same position, where, like I have one, bless his heart, he likes to use profane language. And so instead of me like just blowing up and saying, oh, you can't stay, or I'm gonna write you a referral, a lot of times we'll just say, I'm gonna let you say that again without the inappropriate language. And so some of it is just figuring out what works for them. And I have, it's not me. None of this is me. I have a phenomenal group of teachers that work day in and day out to try to meet the needs of every child, to build relationships with parents. And so what I believe, what we firmly believe, is the continuation of this program will see what we want to see. It's taken time, it's taken a lot more time than I would have liked. I like to see things done and fixed right away, but the work that everybody's putting in the questions that we ask ourselves every day. What is the right work? Are we doing the right work to ensure the best educational experience for our scholars? And I just believe it'll pay off.
How are your teachers doing? How do you feel the teachers, I mean, you have,
So we have a
strong
90,
buy-in from your teachers? Are they really engaged and happy in their?
we have a 90%, 97% positive climate rate at our school for faculty and staff. So they are, and they go the extra mile. So if you look through it, we have really tried to work to market. It's been marketing. We had teachers that on Saturdays go to the Hartsville Market. They visit doctor's offices for kids that may be just like on homebound, and knowing that if they were getting live instruction, it may be a better experience for them. They are the most positive group of adults I have ever worked with. Like, they just all, because we're small in number, they just all band together. It's not perfect, nothing is, but I cannot say enough about the work that my teachers put in every day to make sure that each experience is the best that it can be.
What's our total enrollment?
Total enrollment,
173?
yeah, I was gonna say 175, but 173, and that includes high school, right?
Yes.
So there's about 74 high school students. And then-
60,
How many teachers do you have?
16, I think. 16.
16, and that includes 2 elected teachers.
16?
That sounds high.
No,
Is that
first,
Yeah,
second,
that-
third,
that-
fourth, fifth,
Maybe that was all.
middle. I want to say 8 core content teachers, 2 elected teachers. And then I have a reading interventionist, and a teacher that works with the math little second grades, first K1, 2.
And your high school is taught, like that's a little bit different program, right? So you've got, for your first grade through 8th grade, those are teachers that are in a building with you,
Yes,
that are meeting with those kids every day.
yes.
And then high school is a little bit more,
High school is
Hybrid.
primarily asynchronous.
yeah.
So we purchased at Options Academy. We didn't really get what we thought we were gonna get, but so students are working pretty much asynchronously. What I ended up doing was taking some of my support staff and kind of redirecting them, so like they serve as advisors to my high school students. So I've got one that does 9th and 10th grade, one does the 11th, one does my seniors. And they meet with them up to 3 times a day based on where they are in their current progress. So they look to see, for high school, we look at whether they are on pace and on track to pass the class at the end of the quarter. And so they spend their time when they're with them, having conversations with them about what they're struggling with, why they may currently be off pace, what support that they need to be on pace, and encouraging them to reach out to the teachers of record that we pay for. So, I can say this I'm sure you all are probably tired of hearing my story. Cameron is junior in the virtual program.
Cameron's your daughter.
She's my daughter, I'm sorry, and she is on the autism spectrum. She's in a resource placement. And I can say that everywhere that she's been in Darlington County has been a godsend for her. But this program especially has taught her a lot of independence. So in the beginning, I think we talked about how my mom, not me, was her learning coach, and Nana would be on the Zooms with her. They were working at night. She's also on the marching band, so during marching band season, she is working 10, she gets home 8, 9, 10, and she's working, doing her work independently. So anybody that knows me knows how math and I go. I was an English teacher for 14 years. She passed Algebra 2 with a B, and it was through no help of me, I can promise you that. So she's learned how to be independent. My mom sometimes supports her with writing assignments because she didn't speak till she was 3. Reading and writing is like where one of her true disabilities are. So like my mom would help her organize her writing and stuff like that. But she has managed, she does it by herself. And we've seen so many kids that have gone that way. So we have like an 84% pass rate with high school students right now. And a lot of that is attributed to, I think that will improve once we finish up this semester. But that last semester was the very first semester that we used the program. And so we had to figure out how to best support those high school students and keeping them on track and on pace and making sure that they weren't skipping around. And, you know, so we met continuously with the advisors and what they saw, what we saw, how to, you know, best make it work. So, I would love a little bit more hands-on with them, but we figured out how to make it work, and I'm really proud of what those students have done, just by themselves, how they become independent. We've had 4 kids that were accepted into internships this year. That is through the hard work of my school counselor, Ms. Spears, who does 1st through 12th grade. She's also serves as the senior advisor. We're at 85% college or career-ready status with our seniors. So,
I think I might have just found mine. I had 5 questions, but I think everyone's already asked them. My own concern was, you know, the number of students enrolled, the number of staff that it takes to accommodate those students, then therefore the cost per student, and then relative to the cost per student for those relative to the mainstream students, the cost per student there, and then finally the academic success overall of the students, the progress rather that they make in analyzing that project. You know, obviously I think it's a great, hearing your testimony, I understand from a heartfelt situation, it is good and it helps some students. How many relative to what we're spending, again, from the school district, relative to what we're spending on these kids over here. So when you do the analysis, you gotta take the other part out and really, what is fair, what is right? So those, you know, I kind of got your numbers with the exception of some of the costs. Like I know we have special programs that you do, you bought some stuff, like the one thing you mentioned. So that all goes in the back to the cost per student, and it looks relatively high, just as we take in consideration when we're doing schools, how do we close them, we keep them open, well, gosh, we're spending $10,000 a kid there, we're spending $2,000 a kid here. What's the equitable, you know, standing there? So that was kind of my concern. And then, but at the end of the day, the progress. I say academic successful. I don't know how you really measure that against, because unless you're measuring that child in its success, you can't measure it to the same 8th grade here because they're different kids. But anyway, those are some of the measurements that
I'm going to piggyback on what you said, Jamie, in that I don't deny the work that the teachers are doing or the enthusiasm that they have for the work. But the bottom line is we've got to educate students, and right now we're really lagging behind. I mean, you know, last year we had 15%, 15.3% who passed math in our SC Ready. You had only 42% who passed in ELA. So, and those scores don't get attributed to you, except we ask for a breakout. Those scores all go back to their home school.
right.
And get counted against their home school. So it's hard to justify this across the board if we're not seeing academic achievement.
But I think, and I do understand what you're saying, but I think when you think about my 2 students that belong to Kane, my 4 that belong to North Hartsville, like those numbers are extremely small. So I know 42% sounds like not, you know, a lot, or 52%. When you're talking about those very small percentages that are attributed to each homeschool.
But you can't,
And the question
overall,
is,
our
were
question
they-
is overall, like in math, only 15% of those students pass.
That's not passed.
That's- I was
we need to
gonna
make
say
That's
sure.
met or exceeded.
Yeah,
That's
that's me.
met or exceeded. That means that they were approaching or does not meet.
And so,
Right,
and so
right.
relative to the homeschool, how many of those met or
Correct.
exceeded?
Yeah,
So
that-
that's the comparison you're making, so
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
tells
that-
back to the success.
That's
of the
fine
program.
to
It's not about
talk
y'all
about
and your
that,
effort,
right.
it's
That's right.
what they're gathering,
Yeah.
We
not
have to
at all
compare
about
it.
your effort.
But I think you're also comparing apples to oranges, because the question is, if I take that child and I put them back in the homeschool, are we gonna see miraculous growth? And I think because of the other issues that these children are dealing with, I don't necessarily say that that's it. Now, I'm not making excuses, and I'm not saying that we don't have a lot of work to do, but I think I have children that if they were back in person, they would be out of school, they would be home, they would be home-based.
Well,
And
I
so-
think
understand
what
your
we've talked about
demographics.
is that there may be a population of kids that the virtual academy, behavioral problems, medically fragile, those types of students that this might be a program for them. But as an across-the-board option, I don't know that I can continue to support that. So, I mean, that's how I sit with it.
I'd like to understand your demographics compared to other schools. I know you shared a little bit with me on that. What's your special needs percentages compared to the rest of our schools about? Maybe you could let us know later.
I will. Let me look that information up because I don't want to give you incorrect information. I think so, and because I do want to be conscious of that, knowing that there are kids that are not identified that are in our program that still need that additional type environment. Parents choose virtual for a lot of reasons. Some of them are health, some of them are behavior, some of them are for protection or security, or they, just don't feel comfortable sending them to, to in-person at this time. And for those, it's not about COVID anymore. It's just their comfortability with what in
It's
person,
like a homeschooling option.
So
Right.
that's what I was gonna ask. So are most of these that are in the program, did they start, have they been there for 3 years?
I have a core group of kids that have probably been there, but as we have expanded, it has definitely widened a lot more to really just having conversations with principals, with kids that just were struggling. I
Are we
always,
getting any of the homeschool kids? I mean, are they coming over to this?
I've
program?
gotten homeschool, I've gotten private schools as of recently.
So it's interesting because the way this is growing, I mean, we all agree that this shouldn't be an excuse to not be in a regular school program if you can be successful in that program.
Right.
So we're all on the same page. Where we're seeing the growth of this, and Mr. Johnson, you can speak to this. How many principals have we talked to in the past 3 months, 4 months, where this was the only environment that we could put the student legally, like we're required to educate our students no matter what their situation is, but literally that we were at the end of the rope as far as what that setting was, and this became the setting, and they're being successful in that setting. You got to remember what kind of students these are, right? So when you're talking about students that may not be special ed or may not have a health need, they're kind of right on the fringe, but they're not successful in the environment, and they're making it difficult for the people in the environment that they're in, right? Back to what we were talking about. It's almost like this is a layer, and Carla, you and I have talked about this. We've got DCIS, which is specific behavior. That's not, we can't really categorize all these kids as that. So you've got health needs, you've got mental health needs that are part of this. It's almost like if we could morph what we're doing with DCIS and the Darlington County Virtual Academy to cover all those students, that's something that we've talked about is, a year from now, if we have to morph this, what does it look like?
Yeah.
So it may not be the exact model, but at the same time, you've heard of the way that students are successful. I can tell you, for example, we've got special needs students that would normally have shadows with them in a building right now, required in their IEPs. We're not paying for shadows to be in buildings because those students are in this environment. So you basically have 5 positions that we aren't paying for, that you gotta pay for if those kids go back into a building. So there's a lot of trade-offs. Again, I think for high school, it's a lot easier to show academically those students and how successful they're being. I think high school students are more likely to be able to be independent.
And I can see that from the kids who need the help medically or other ways, but from the disciplinary, I don't see that as being positive at all. They need more face-to-face interaction and more one-on-one.
Well, it depends on the
They
reason.
can't be there.
Well,
That's the problem, Jamie. They're not,
But I'm saying, using that as an alternative relative to DCIS.
no. So it hadn't risen to that threshold
no.
Okay.
where they've had to have a hearing with a hearing officer and be placed. But remember also, the age groups that we're talking about as well. So, yeah, some of them all of a sudden may fit into what we were talking about earlier, but some of them it's not quite that of a discipline issue. But yet, if you ask a teacher, is it disrupting their class, they're going to tell you yes.
But I mean, you're
So-
talking about maybe 6 kids a school. That's not the case, because if they got 24 schools, you got 170 kids. What's that, 6 or 7 kids per school?
Yeah, but think about one of those in a class.
That's what
I
we
know,
were
I
just
understand
talking
that, but.
All it takes is one, right?
Yeah, but.
So I'm not saying fund, a whole program as we may be funding today. But I'm also saying you can't ignore what it's accomplishing for us, what we may be costing us a lot more money
Right,
if we
at
don't
what-
do anything.
But I'm just saying, at what price are we doing that? 11 kids an instructor, relative to where you spend that money over here. Again, it's back to the equity thing, what we're getting out of it.
But I mean, just like what you were talking about earlier with, that one child, and you can have a child that's not a behavior problem, but just learns differently.
Yeah, no,
that
I-
ends up having to take a lot of the teacher's attention and time in that classroom. I mean, I would be interested to see what you would envision it morphing into. I mean, I do agree that in the state that it's in now, maybe we couldn't justify, but I think that it has a place, and like what you might envision that to fit, how that might fit. Like
What's your funding like? I mean, is it funded the same way any other student is, and where does that go? Is it funded back to the home school and it's just divvied up one other student? How
No,
does
we-
it
We don't take any
we
money
broke it out.
from students.
Yeah, we broke
The
out.
homeschool still keep that money,
That's what I'm
even
saying,
if
it
the
goes,
child
it's just a
with me.
student, and
Yeah,
so it's.
yeah, he's talking about student fund, as far as, like, it's you're your own entity.
Right.
And you have a cost center
Right.
that, and a
And
budget
I can
that's,
give you a per student cost, and it's a lot less than the other ones, just doing my scratch math here. We have to break it out for the report card. We have their cost, and we break it out per student, and then we actually have to prorate it back into the home school. So I have a spreadsheet, I don't have access to it right now.
Even at 12 students per instructor, per
I
staff?
have to break
But you're
out
not feeding
DCV.
them.
Well, I don't have,
I have to break out
True.
DCIT,
Custodian, you
yeah,
don't have a
it's,
Facilities, yeah,
Total
transportation.
cost
yeah.
versus total population is a lot less
Yeah.
per student than
Yeah, think
our
about food,
average cost.
transportation, all that.
But we have to do that with DCIT, DCIS, and with DCBA, because they don't have beds codes, they're not schools, they're programs. And so we have to take the total cost, we have to get the total number of students, and we have to prorate it and spread it back to the schools they came from for the report card reports. So all those kids I have that data, I mean, we track everything separately, so we can keep up with that, so we know how much it's costing.
But that is, right now it's being completely funded by ESSER funds.
that's correct.
Well, 99%, there's a few things, there's some supply money, there's a little bit, but very little in the general fund.
So in order to continue it as it currently is, we would then have to prioritize that funding
So
versus
that
some
needs to
other.
go in that group that needs to be
Correct.
top, that's already an expense that you're already invested heavily in, so
Back
that
to
needs to be
what
number
Andy
one.
said, how are we transitioning?
Yeah, well, those teachers would go back to where they came from, I mean, they all came out of.
Is there a place for them? I mean, we've already hired for them to replace them where they left.
Well,
Well, and again, I think you're talking after this next coming school year, because we're
Yeah.
funded through this next school year, this coming school year, right? The next
Right.
school year that we're talking about, we're funded through that. The question is after that, what happens? And so again, I think, we've learned a lot. For example, at DCIS, we're using the program, but we're also using, not necessarily one teacher for a whole class, but content area people that are helping instead of having a bunch of teachers, right? So you've got less people that are doing more coaching and utilizing the online program that they're working with, right? So I think there's some potential there you know, I would say that we've got a year to
Right.
figure out what is the potential that it could look like to where it could serve these needy students and families, but yet not have the cost associated with what it currently is.
Well, and I think the other thing that I wanna share is that middle school is, like, I've got 30 in my 7th grade middle school classroom. 25 in 8th, about 20 in 6th. So my middle school is fairly sized. My elementary, that's my smaller group. First, second, third. So I've got a first, second grade teacher. I've got a 3rd grade teacher. And we'll have, as we move forward and we look at numbers, we'll have to make adjustments. But I think the other part of that, which will be helpful to all of us, is to help the community know that if you are at Virtual Charter or Connections Academy, that are one of the many other virtual programs that are offered in our state, this is the best viable option for our children in Darlington County. And like that marketing piece, how do we get them to understand that they're gonna get a better experience with us, and that comes from us marketing and, marketing the program to get the 500 plus children that are in these other programs to come back. You get a device that you don't have to pay for. You get a live teacher that works
But are
with
we
you.
jumping the gun if we're not gonna have the funding in a year? I mean, are we building up a program that we then won't be able to fund?
Which is back
Well, I
to my
think
point.
Well,
Two things you
correct.
gotta look at. You gotta look at one, in a year, if you have the program, you maintain the program, you keep it because you justify it, you want it, it's good, then you've gotta go ahead and incorporate that now of what that looks like in our operating recurring budget. Okay? And if it doesn't, then you gotta look at it, how's it gonna affect our budget, because we have to absorb these teachers
Yep.
in places that have already been paid for and someone else is in them. So either way, it's gonna hit that budget, whether you keep it or whether you leave it. So you say it's a year, you better look at it now, because a year will be here in no time.
Yeah.
So-
But we can figure out how to do it in that year, but we'll have another year of data, right? You'll have your data from this year, that should be really helpful too, third year doing it, and, a more normal world that we're living in, right? So that could be interesting. And I was sort of, on what you were saying, what's the alternative for these students if this wasn't to continue? I mean, these other virtual programs that are part of the state that aren't as hands-on and don't have the local connection with teachers, or they come back to our classrooms as,
I don't wanna put words in your mouth, but we've talked about this. A small percentage would go back into the classroom, but it's a small percentage.
most would probably go
Most would
find
have to
another.
find something else to serve their needs.
And I've looked at those other virtual programs data, it's not that much different. So, so I'm saying, I feel like we are doing the right work here.
Do it as good as a virtual program can do in performance and progress,
I would,
relative to others.
relative to others, but that's where we are. That is definitely not the goal. Like, our goal is to be a program that is top-notch, tier, modeled in other places.
All right.
Thank you.
Carla, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Appreciate
And
you
thank you
sharing.
for all that you and your teachers
Thank
are doing.
Thank you so much.
Alright, I think we've got one more.
All right, so the last thing that I had on my list was, we've been having some conversations about Thornwell Elementary School. And what are some possibilities of, speaking of changing things up, right? This has been an evening of changing things up, but what are some thoughts on how we might be able to change the trajectory academically at Thornwell? And so you all had tasked me with looking at some more information, coming back to you about it. And so I've had a chance to talk with a lot of different people, actually. But I've also spoken with some teachers, some folks that coach teachers, that are also in the classroom as well, and get feedback from them. And so this is kind of where we're honing in on for the next school year, that one of the biggest things that I believe we're lacking in a school, and it's not just Thornwell, if you look at these schools across the state, a priority school, you know, they're typically the level of experience of a teacher, or you know, yes, the level of experience and the ability of those teachers. It is difficult to recruit teachers to priority schools, and so we seem to have this endless cycle year after year. You know, it compounds itself because you have teachers with less experience that need more support and more professional development. And so my thought is to try to bring in more experienced teachers that have a track record of showing student growth in their classrooms as well. So what would that look like? Well, you know, I've looked at money, I've looked at schedules, I've looked at how they would interact with their peers in the building, and so we've landed on what I would call this master mentor teacher per grade level that I would like to employ at Thornwell. And so right now we have 2 teachers per grade level at Thornwell, and we have several vacancies in several grade levels. And we'd like to put, you know, again, criteria for what is a master mentor teacher, but we would like to compensate folks to come work at Thornwell where they may not normally come work because of the compensation piece, but also the ability to impact a school in a different way than they may be currently in, right, or currently teaching in. So my thought is to have them pair up with a newer teacher or less experienced teacher with this master mentor teacher that they would be heavily involved with, of course, same grade level, planning together, professional development together, but there will also be, you know, metrics to where the master teacher benefits on how well the teacher that they're mentoring does. So from a dollar standpoint, I've talked to several teachers about this, and people seem to be landing about the same place that I had thought to begin with. So if we put something in place where somebody could earn up to potentially $7,500 more from being in this building, being a master mentor teacher, than what they would earn in another building of ours. That seems to be what people say would move the needle, so to speak. My recommendation would be, how to structure that would be $2,500 at, you know, in August, $2,500 in January, and then depending on the growth that was achieved in that classroom, up to another $2,000, and potentially another $500 for the growth of their mentee that they have. So that, and their mentee, if they had growth, they would qualify for that $2,000 as well. So you're basically adding incentives based off student growth. And the growth is based on the kids you have at the beginning of the year, right? You have to look at each individual student and say, okay, you know, this student's 2 years behind this student's on grade level. That's 2 different growth levels, right? So you gotta take the individual students that add up to the growth. But I feel like it would add some energy and some expertise. I mean, all the research tells you, you know, the biggest difference for making change in growth with students is with a teacher. A teacher makes all the difference in the world. And so, you know, that's the number one. Any of the research you'll see is, you know, a good teacher is the one that makes the difference for student growth. And so this is a way to start to build that in. Obviously, they would be heavily involved with the professional development that goes on in that building, right? Because that can look different now, smaller numbers. I've got more of a teaching component of my mentee, so to speak. And so they would have more freedom to impact the way that students are being taught in that building. And so I know that that's come up a lot as far as, autonomy and when there, that word is a different definition to many people. But for me, what that looks like is, we have no choice but to teach state standards. That is law. So if that's a third grade class.
You have to teach standards or
Yes.
to test to standards?
No, you've got to teach standards. You don't have any choice. That's law.
Yeah, so that's why I say it will fail.
Yeah.
It will fail as well as the rest of our schools have been doing, because that's the problem.
No.
Now, it doesn't tell you how you teach the
Right.
standards,
Right.
but you have to teach the
You have-
standards.
you have to
They're
teach
like, they're like
South
grade
Carolina.
level
Use them in a more
standards, like
creative
first
way.
grade has to cover this information.
Yep.
It's a bit, it's building
Right,
block.
again, I say testing, you've got to cover certain information.
Yeah.
But doesn't tell you how to cover that information.
No.
And that's what I'm, the autonomy,
Right.
the classroom and the school autonomy and
Right.
how they get things done.
Right, but you
I know you've
have-
got to test the standards.
Right. So, for example, we talk scope and sequence. I'm trying to give a good example of this, but, you can't teach somebody to work on a car engine in only one part of it and don't teach them the other part in order for the car to start, right? So you've gotta cover material, and the state says, this is the material that you've got to cover, right? So every state has standards that they have to go by, that they have to cover, to say, this is what a student has to learn and master in third grade in order to be a fourth grade student,
Right.
right? Now, again, how do you know that? Assessment's part of it. That's part of it, is assessment. But ultimately, how do you know that a student gets it, right? Well, it's not necessarily just the end of year test. There's a lot of other ways you can know that a student has mastered something, right? We heard some explanations about how students are working on their own advancing, right, in some of these programs that we have. So there's a lot of different ways to accomplish it. But, it's also, Jamie, I've mentioned this a couple times. You talk to any great principal, if it's not about teachers shutting the door and not having any accountability either, right? That you can't have that. Great principals will tell you that I need to know what my teachers are doing, and I'm going to facilitate them doing. But I've got to be in the know of what's going on in my building. Otherwise, you get situations where it's not being done. So there's that, there's that balance between autonomy and accountability, right?
Right, but when you talk to teachers, you hear all over the country, they're leaving between 1 and 3. And you ask them why they're leaving. Okay, it's not about teaching to your state standards, okay? It's how they're forced to teach, what they're required to do, some things that are just, the reporting. I'm just trying to say, if you want to be successful, and you talk about paying the money, okay, you're saying the 7,500 is clicking with them. But I say, if you put this out there and market this, you want to teach how you were taught, you want to get into a classroom, and who you're appealing to are teachers that used to be in the industry or who are in the industry who are considering getting out because the way they're being forced to teach. That's who you're appealing to when you market for coming to this school. Here we are, we're starting a new program. We want to allow flexibility and autonomy to allow you to teach and get in what you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
But yes, we're not saying you can't follow, that you have, I understand.
There's got to be rules and
Yeah,
protocols, right?
But,
So,
again, those teachers that are getting out and that are leaving aren't going because you have to follow those rules. It's how they're being forced to do it with each and every student the same way.
But
Am I
I think
making
you
sense?
both are saying the same thing.
Exactly. That's
From what
what
I'm hearing, I hear you guys both saying the same thing because he's saying that these mentor teachers will have an impact because they're there to teach other teachers. So they get to have a say in how they're gonna do the teaching. And not only for their own classroom, but they're helping to mentor less experienced teacher and that they're gonna help like sort of decide how the school.
And so your money is,
do it.
you were saying the mentor is getting this and then the teacher in the classroom is getting.
they'll have a chance at up to $2,000 at the end of the year if they show growth with their students.
The mentee, the
Both of them.
less experienced.
Yep.
Okay, the less experience isn't getting the 7,500.
No.
Okay.
No,
But
that's, the
the
master
more-
teacher, the master teacher is getting the 7,500.
Okay.
If they get the growth, right? They're getting 5, guaranteed 5, plus up to another 2,500 based on their growth and the
So
person.
the attraction for the classroom teacher, so to speak, that I
Yep.
refer to classroom teacher,
Yep.
is the ability to have a little freedom
Yep.
to really get into what you're doing, what you love to do. I hear these young teachers all the time. They're so energetic, excited about it. They just got shot down. It was brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not talking about here. I'm talking about across the state. Anywhere you talk to people about education.
Yeah.
So it's not talking
And
about here. Folks in here.
And I think to Mandy's point, we are saying the same thing. It's
Okay.
just how we explain it, right?
So it's the
So I-
creativity and the flexibility for the classroom plus another opportunity for 2,000.
So that 5,000 is for the teacher, to attract the
Yep.
teacher, but also she's responsible for mentoring
Yep.
another teacher and
Yep.
coming up with creative ideas and
Yep.
helping build this new program
Yep.
that you're in.
So
Okay.
what are we looking at a potential total cost?
Well, if everybody earns the money that they potentially can earn, you've got a total of 10 teachers in the building, core teachers, I'm talking about core teachers you've got, so,
That's 5 mentors at 7,500.
that's right. So,
And then 5, so that's,
Okay.
so
then 5 at
10,000, so,
2,000.
yeah, exactly. So 10,000 for them and 35 for them, so you're looking at basically
Say 50.
less than the cost of another teacher,
Okay.
less than the cost of another teacher.
Yeah.
So,
If it works, it's money well spent.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
we've got to do something at Thorns.
yeah. I'm willing. Yeah. Let's try it.
What about the
That's my
support?
opinion.
My suggestion to Tim was that we even kind of name this, and we call it the Thornwell Project, and we track closely and record closely what we are doing and how we have structured this and how we're doing it, because if this is successful, we would like to be able to replicate this
Throughout the district.
But not the
in
Thornwell
places that
Project.
need it.
Better name than that.
But and I'm not referring to the money, so that's why I didn't want to put so much emphasis on the money as I did the freedom to teach. And when you start talking about, I want these older teachers, more mature teachers, yeah, I get it. But I told you before, I still want that young, energetic who's just gotten out, who's got the enthusiasm. So I
think
don't
you
want to
get a nice
quail back.
mix.
You get a mix because you get
I
the
understand
experience
that.
and the young.
Right, but before we were saying, no, I gotta have the age, I gotta have the, well, you do, but you need the other as well. And that's why I worry about the money. If you implement it throughout if it works,
Yep.
then we wanna do it everywhere, just open it up and allow the flexibility. And I don't know, the money needs to follow at that point, it's this idea of, God, that district is different, they're thinking out of the box, it's fun to be in, but
But Jimmy, taking it out to the length of some of the things we've talked about tonight, when I was interacting with a group of 20 teachers about this and 20 coaches about this, my comment was, read the headlines. Your special ed teacher vacancies are catastrophic, that was the word used, catastrophic in Charleston. Right? You cannot find people to teach special education. So if we're trying to attract people, if we're one of the many that are after one of the few, how can we do that? How can we offer that? What does that look like? Especially in hard to find areas like special education or hard to find buildings like Thornby, right? So this is a way to start that process about how are we gonna handle this teacher shortage situation, because it's not just a building, it's really categories that we're talking about. But I agree with everything you're saying. How can we make teachers feel better about what they're doing and more excited about it? I think we're all after that. And if we can do that, we're gonna have people that stay. So this is an effort to start it. I'm not sure what the name of it is yet,
But I do like the idea of following some metrics on it
We
and
should.
seeing what we can do.
We
If we
absolutely
have
should.
success, let's try to see where else we can
Absolutely.
do it, for sure.
Okay. All right, I'll continue to keep you all updated.
Thank you.
All right.
That's everything that I had on that.
All right,
piece.
so that moves us down to personnel actions. We have the 2023-24 administrative staff certified and retired staff recommendations. I need a motion to approve.
Madam Chair, I make a motion we approve
Need a second?
Second.
And do we have any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? All right, so,
Look, did you know that you can vote on everybody except one, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Did you vote?
No, I realized that.
Right.
That's part of the reason why I didn't vote.
I want to tell you that up front.
Yeah.
You're allowed to vote. All you say is for the.
Except two.
Right, correct.
We signed the exclusion form.
Yeah, we signed, yeah, well, you signed it, yeah, we
Yeah,
signed
so
it.
you signed that,
Yeah,
so
we-
you are
yeah.
allowed to vote,
Okay.
except for folks that you're excluded from voting for. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just
yeah,
need to.
no, that's good. All right, so that moves us on to executive session. Get a motion to go into executive session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we go into executive session. Personnel matters, recommendations, terminations, hires, transfers, and contractual matters.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Mr. Reed made the motion to come out of executive session, seconded by Mr. Jeffers. And I'll entertain any motions.
Make a motion, we accept the administration's recommendation for head football coach of Lamar High School.
Do I have a second?
I'll say.
Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? I have a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second, Mr. Jeffers. All in favor? Aye. We out.